Alrighty. Okay, no, I think we're good. I think we're good. Hello, everyone. Just trying to see some things here. Okay, so it's been a minute. Welcome to my little live stream. It's, different again today. Because I rearranged my whole studio and I'm working flat in my sketchbook today. So, but yeah, so hopefully y'all can see it. I'm Johanna Renee, and I like to go on these lives and kind of show you all different art projects that I'm working on, and hopefully you'll learn something a little bit. So if you can hear me, it'd be great if you can let me know. If you can see this stream, it would be also great if you can let me know that. So yeah, I'm gonna get started here. See if everything is configured. Okay. Oh, what's up? Thanks for letting me know. Is it Dan? It just says LinkedIn user, so I'm just assuming it's Dan. Here, let me see if I can figure that out. It is Dan. I'm assuming. I don't know. Okay. It's been a minute, so I have to get, yes, it is Dan. Okay. I have to get figured out here. All right, so groovy. Okay, so yeah, I've been working on these in my sketchbook thingamajiggy here, and I don't really know what to call it other than a sketchbook, because that's how I use it, but it's also kind of like a journal. Yeah, you need to break out. Is that our gorilla icon? You need to break that out again. Um, but I use it like as a journal and as a sketchbook. I've kind of been doing this not as a journal really, but I've been doing this for a while where I'll paint in a reading book of some kind. Um, but I was going through the artist way and I completed it. And so, but part of like those exercises in the artist way book is to do like these morning pages, which is great, y'all. Like I've always been journaling and everything. But I did realize that, the whole purpose of that book is to kind of, spark your creativity. And I just felt like spending my entire morning doing morning pages, and then like it would kind of take it out of me as far as energy, or um I just felt like I couldn't then jump into just being creative. And so I was like, I'm going to figure out a way to do my morning journal pages inside a sketchbook. And rather than going and buying a new shiny sketchbook, I'm going to find a text book or like a drawing book. And I went through my reading books, because I like to read a lot. And I found this one. I think this was my husband's old book, but it's kind of cool. But anyway, so yeah, like I journal in it. I don't know how you guys journal. And I realized like I was only able to flip my camera like vertically, but not also horizontally. So everything's kind of backwards. But I don't know why it does that. OBS, figure that out. I don't like that. But anyways, so I do use this as just a journal, and I'm kind of a junky journaler. Does that make sense? Like, I don't write pretty. It's just usually in the morning I wake up and I have a lot of things on my mind because I have ADHD, and it's just a lot of just trash in my mind that I just get out, all over this page. It's nothing profound. Sometimes it's really cool. Sometimes it's just complaining. Sometimes it's silly, you know. It's all over the place. And I don't like to look back at my journal. Like, that's not my thing that I like to do. Sorry, excuse me. And then so I don't really care that I write all over the text. Like, sometimes I like the text, right? Like, sometimes I like the text to peek through, but for the most part, like, I don't really, I don't, if I want the text to peek through, then I won't write over that. But, I'll journal over the text, even though I can't really see it. And then if I journal something that looks cool and I can actually read it, and I think it would be cool if it peeks through my journal pages, then I'll paint over that. But, I'm not the type that's like, oh my gosh, I want to look back at all of the things I journaled. So that's just me personally, but I think everybody journals differently. It could be anything from like affirmations or whatever. It could be you telling your coworker off. Who knows? Like, whatever you want. But so I just kind of journal depending on the page. And as I go through the pages, I also kind of read it. So it's pretty cool. So this book is The Mind by Anthony Smith. I don't know if you guys can read that. Yeah, it is kind of backwards, but hey, whatever. And yeah, my husband was gonna, he was like, yeah, we can get rid of this book. And then I was like, oh, you know what? Like, this might actually make a really cool sketchbook. And so before I kind of get started, the reason why this makes a better sketchbook is because it's a hardback book. Okay. And most of the time I don't read hardcover books, like for enjoyment, like actually reading. I don't like them. I like they're awful to try and, like, I don't know, like, put in your bag, and they stab you, and they just don't. For my reading purposes, I like to kind of like curl the soft page around and read. So, I've always tried to experiment with a soft cover book um, for my sketchbook rather than a hardcover book. But I like the hardcover book because what happens is this lays flat. This lays flat for you to work with and to journal on for the most part. Like, when I get up in here, I might need to use some clamps, but not really. Look at that. It's great. And the nice thing too is, like, at the end of the day, when you're ready to put your sketchbook away, it closes and it presses it. Okay. So it's nice. It's really nice. Whereas, and I like the dimensions of this book. I think it's like 6 inches, like the page is at least 6 inches by 9 inches, but I like the size of the page, if that makes sense. And I also like the size of the actual prints, because then I mean, it looks kind of tiny on here, but if I wanted to, I could then have some of these words peek through within my within my composition, like this right here, you know? And whereas, so if you had a smaller book, it's smaller print, and it's just kind of hard to maneuver. But so I like this one a lot for those kinds of reasons. It is not the glossy textbook kind of page. It is very pilly, regular reading book kind of page. Okay. I haven't tried a glossy textbook page, to be honest. I'm sure it'd be fine as long as you gesso it and prime it the way that you want. Okay. But so, I used to have other books. See, this is a soft cover book. It's Lord of the Rings, but because how I read is most like is most often like this. Okay, I know this probably makes some readers in here like cringe. They're like, "What are you doing?" But that's how I read, okay? And so, and this is mostly what I have is a paperback book. And so that's what I started, experimenting with. And I mean, I have pages in here. Let's see, what's this one? I have some pages in here, usually in pastel, soft pastel. Okay, and I have like the print coming through, but even this size of a page, the print is really small. Sorry, I just have my, what are those called? Glassine paper. But so, you can do whatever. But the thing about it, so like I'll show you. So this one lays flat. Even this is still the beginning of the book right here. Like I'm still in the beginning here. Okay. Whereas this one, it doesn't lay flat. It's gonna close. So you need a whole bunch of clamps and stuff to lay it open, press it open, that kind of thing. I don't know why I had, but it's cool. Like I love transforming pages in a text or in a reading book or a textbook into my sketchbook. Um, yeah, but so I had glassine paper in here probably because I haven't sprayed it yet. So I'm going to put that back. Okay. All right. There we go. So there's that. And then I had another one. Okay. Because I was like, oh, it'd be really cool to transform like a tiny little pocketbook, reading book into a sketchbook, which is nice. Don't get me wrong. You can take this really anywhere. But again, it's so small. It is so small, y'all. Okay. In comparison to this, it doesn't even if you clamp the sides, the way you have to work with something this tiny is you have to get bigger clamps than this, and like clamp the middle open, the entire middle if you can. Okay, and that's how you work with it. And then you have to work around the clamp and everything. The print is so small. It is just so small. So there's that. Um, but it still works, I still work in here every once in a while, like I'm still doing what I can in these pages, that kind of thing. But it's not my favorite. I had to reinforce the cover. Okay. um that kind of thing. But there we go. So if if for all if you're watching this and you're like, oh my gosh, I totally want to create one of these, try and get a hardback book, a hardcover book, and also, make it a little bit larger of a book because it's, oh, what's up, Crystal? How's it going? I'm glad you find it amazing. so, But so if you want to transform a book, then make sure that it's, for me personally, because everybody has their own thing. Every artist has their own go-to sketchbooks. Some people really like, sorry, let me reach over, y'all. Some people really like this, having the rings on here. I don't personally, because the way I work in my sketchbook is I paint, I do all kinds of mixed media, everything. And when you do that with these rings, it gets so cakey and nasty, like it's hard to open after a while, okay? So, unless this is just graphite, you're not going to be spraying any kind of fixative or something in your sketchbook, then by all means do use these ones. But everybody has a different thing. This is just me personally. And so if you kind of work like me and you think you're gonna, like the same things I like, then that's kind of what I'm trying to describe here. So everybody has their thing. um But, and I don't transform every single sketch, like I have multiple sketchbooks, I guess. That's kind of how I do. Oh, what's up, Jackie? It's good to see you too. I hope you're well. Let's catch up soon. Um, but yeah, so I have multiple sketchbooks, but right now this one's kind of like my favorite. I kind of go through phases. But the other thing I don't like about the having rings and stuff. Sorry, there's just so many pages in here. This is like one of the ones that I've done most often. uh I've worked in most, is like you can't, so like see with this page, right? It goes across the entire composition. Even though it's got this seam here, I don't mind that. It's going to happen. You have this seam here. But it's hard to work in something like this with a ring and have it go across the entire composition because like there's that ring here and it kind of breaks it up. And I'm personally not in favor of that. So I tend to just work on each page, like this one. And then let me see, is there one after this one? This one, you know, like that. That's how I tend to work on these pages. So that's something to consider if that's what you're doing. But, or, I like ones that don't. So again, I like ones that don't have a seam, but this one is just a regular sketchbook. Okay. Um, a pre-made sketchbook. And this one is just for, uh, and it's funny too because I tend not to like, this is the first page of the sketchbook. It's too scary for me often, and I did it in this one, but it's too scary for me to like sit down and be like, okay, first page, this is what I'm going to do on the very first page. It's forever going to be the first page of the sketchbook. So I don't do that. I usually go somewhere in the middle and start sketching. Um, Let me see. I don't even know where I ended up. Okay, so this is like my figures. Okay, the figure sketches. They might not be great because I'm not very good at figure drawing, okay? But so I pick things in the middle. And this one is just dedicated for my figure drawings so far. Okay, I might change that in like, a couple months, but I bought this book specifically for just graphite, just my figure drawings. That's what's up in that one. So, okay. Anyways, so I'm going to I am eventually going to start making, a page here, but I feel like I should kind of give you as much reference of this sketchbook before I can't turn back, okay? So, one thing I've figured out is, oh, you think they're epic? That's cool. Yeah, I know, Jackie. You have to. You have to do what you like, but I always start in the middle. The beginning of the sketchbook seems freaky to me. It's just too much of a commitment. What if it's bad? You know what I'm saying? What if it's awful? Like this one, it's not too bad, but I was just like playing around. Okay. So it's very simple. Sorry, let me see if I can adjust my properties. Because it's just going to be like auto exposure right now. Configure video. Brightness. Right? Can I move this? That seems good enough. Okay. I'm so glad, Crystal. Jackie's over here laughing at me. I'm just being real with y'all. So here we go. You know, and it's like, actually, it's technically not the first. I could probably do this one, but it's like a different texture. I don't know. But, you know, it's very much in the beginning. I didn't start in the middle. And one reason I didn't is because I'm trying to actually read this textbook because it's like the mind. And it's I call it a textbook because it's an educational book. It's like philosophy of the mind, if that makes sense. It's very old. It's from the 80s, so it's kind of outdated. You know what I'm saying? But hey, so I'm actually trying to read it as I go through it. But so, and I kept some of these pages as is so you guys can see what not to do. Does that make sense? And then I'm also going to show you how to fix some of these things that's going on. Okay, so this page isn't too bad. Okay, this is just so you can see that I had like some of the print peek through, right? Yeah, I know you're laughing with me. We can laugh. I can laugh at myself. It's all great. But anyway, so I had some of the print peek through, and then some of my journal writing peek through. This is matte medium, and what's that word? Acrylic paint. That's all I use because I'm trying to get better with acrylics. So let me kind of show you some things. Let me pull it out. Okay. So this is matte medium. Okay. It's from Liquid. It's a Liquitex one. You can usually, any brand will make matte medium. I particularly like the Liquitex one because it's more grainy, okay, and it goes on clear, and it's really clear. But it will transparent your paints, okay. It's an extender. So if I got so even with this like creamy color white. Oh, that's cool. I've never thought of using stencils before, Crystal. That's interesting. The lips and the eyes. I know what you mean. I can't. I'm trying to be able to freehand draw people better, but I can't. I really can't. Um. So, but yeah. So, okay. So this is matte medium, okay, and so it's gonna, no matter what acrylic paint you use, it's gonna have a transparency to it. So you're gonna have to kind of keep making layers. All right. Now, the thing with matte medium, it is kind of grainy. So, gosh, there's so much I could tell you right now. So I'm probably going to be on here a while. But it's grainy. So you can use graphite on it way better than the actual textbook page. You won't, I'll show you here in a little bit. This actual book page, it's not glossy or anything. It's just regular book paper, like newsprint paper. It's not very good for graphite and charcoal alone. It's just, it doesn't absorb, it's not grainy enough, okay? So that's why I use matte medium a lot, is because it has such a soft grain to it, but you can use graphite with it. Yeah, I like using household items too. One of my favorites, Crystal, is a spatula. I know it seems silly, but like when your paint is still wet with, like, whether it's oil or acrylic, and you just kind of go in here and make cool designs, and it's just cool. I really like it. And then I don't know where my other one is, but I have another one because they have these, right? They have like these silicone made kind of brushes, and they have all kinds of designs, but you can just go get, I got this at the dollar store, okay? You just go get one and you can make your own designs. So I have ones that are all cut cool, and then you can just do whatever you want. Um Okay, I forgot what I was saying. But anyway, so graphite. if you're going to use graphite, you're going to need at least matte medium. Makes it transparent, okay? But the thing about matte medium is it will still, unless, so when you're done with your page, right? And you've put acrylic on top of it, you're going to want to put a couple layers of matte medium. But what works best is clear gesso afterwards. And it has to be clear because if it's white, then it's going to cover up your image here. But I'm saying clear gesso because this is super grainy, okay? And what it helps do, especially if you're working with acrylics, is it helps the pages not stick together, okay? Like I'll show you even right here, right here. Look at this. Do you hear that? Okay, I purposely like left this page without clear gesso so you guys can hear that. Let's see if there's another one. Yeah, ready? That's what happens when you don't put a coat of clear gesso on top of this, okay, is that your pages stick together. Okay, so you're gonna want some clear gesso. Now this one has clear gesso on top of it. It doesn't, it's good, right? It just lays. So just trying to show y'all that. But other than that, also too, another kind of, I don't personally like it. Like here's one of my garbage pages. It's not my favorite, y'all. I used oil pastel on it. And, you know, don't get me wrong, I like oil pastel, but I just don't like it. And I also just don't like it in a sketchbook because here's the thing about oil pastel. Once it's on here, you can't, if you don't like this page, you can't fix it. It's just oil pastel. The only thing that you can do is go back over it with more oil pastel, because if you try and put more clear gesso on top of this, it's not going to bind. It's not going to do what you think it's going to do, because this is a waxy kind of oil medium. And if you put something that's more water-based on top of that, it's not going to breathe. Or plastic on top of it, it's not going to breathe, and it's going to crack and get all nasty and moldy. So you can't put anything on top of this, which is nice. Like, I mean, it's good and all because it won't stick, if that makes sense. But you can't alter it. So the rest of these, right, that have more of an acrylic base, if I don't like any of my sketchbook pages with an acrylic base, I can just go over it again and start new. You can't do that with oil pastel. The most that I can do with this one is get some mineral spirits or some terpenoid or some linseed oil or maybe some liquid and make, like, spread this around the oil pastel and let that dry, and then it will just be like a gray toned surface, and then I can start over again with some more oil pastel. But that's the most you can do. That's the most mixed media you can do. Does that make sense? So I know it seems kind of fun to be like, yeah, oil pastel, but maybe just dedicate one book to it. So yeah, just saying. It can give a cool effect, yeah. But like, yeah, I don't know. It didn't come together. This, I don't know what it is. Do you ever have like books or pages in your sketchbook that are just doomed? Like honestly, I went over this is like the third, maybe fourth attempt at a good sketchbook page. I first had a different thing on here, which was acrylic and medium and some Posca markers and some acrylic ink, and I didn't like it. And then I went back over it again with some clear gesso and I journaled, and then I had some graphite on top of that and I didn't like it. And then so I went back over it again with some clear gesso, and then I was like, oh, oil pastel, and then I don't like it. So it's just, I don't know what it is about the energy of these pages. It's just not working for me, okay? It's just doomed. And if that's the case, just move along. Just move along. It's fine. Okay? So That's what's going on with this page. Um, yeah, but other than that, you can do so much in a book like this as long as you know how to prime your pages and kind of seal them and fix them and things like that. But so yeah, I've been using charcoal, I've been using pastel, I use clear gesso, I use matte medium, I use acrylics, I've used open acrylics, I've used heavy body acrylics, I've used Posca markers, I've used acrylic inks, um, I use graphites. You can use all kinds of things on these pages. The only thing I wouldn't recommend is oil paints. I mean, obviously, you can use oil pastels, but oil paints just because you can. Don't get me wrong. You can. I just wouldn't. No, no, it's a disaster because I've done it before. I don't know if I have the book. So what happens when you use oil paint? So if you can't, you're gonna have to prime the page so much with clear gesso, or just whatever, just gesso. You're gonna have to prime it, both sides. You can't leave no edges like this here unprimed or anything. It has to be primed, and the reason being is because it's oil and it's gonna seep through into the page and corrode it from the inside, like it's gonna work into those fibers. Okay. So you have to make sure this is primed, sealed, probably like 5 coats, both front and back, all over. All right. Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, it does. I know what you mean, Jackie, with the moon. For sure. But so, and then once you do put oil paint on top of it, it's going to take forever to dry. Do you know what I'm saying? Like forever. A lot. And I use these. I'm getting in this book most every day. I don't have time to watch it dry. Okay. And when it is dry, you can't seal it because it's going to do the same thing. If you put a resin over it, if you put a varnish over it for your oil things, it's really going to stick. It's not going to, no, it sticks. Okay. I'm just letting you, it sticks. So don't. I think that's the only thing you can't do unless you're using it so thin, almost like watercolor oils. Like if you're using oil paints almost like watercolor, then you might as well just be using watercolor. There's no reason for the oil paint. So I think the only thing you shouldn't be putting in your sketchbook pretty much is oil paint. That's it. You can use everything else though. Um, so yeah, I digress. So here we go. Let's just try and make a page here. Okay. Um, They do. Exactly, Jackie. You have to get ready for it. And I'm just kind of like, let's go. I can't do it. I was originally trained in oils and don't get me wrong, I love it, but and back then I thought like it was the bee's knees, right? I was like oil painting, traditional oil painting is my jam. But that's because I started out that way until I started incorporating more mediums into my world. I realized, you know what? Not so much. I mean, I love the creaminess and the juiciness of oil paints, the vibrantness of them, but and the workability with them is amazing. Okay, you can get some of the softest textures with oil paints, but it's not worth it to me to have to literally wait in between layers of drying. And I'm not such a huge wet on wet painter. But now that they have open acrylics, ooh, those are my jam. So open acrylics, they're kind of like oil paints in that they're not like traditional acrylics because traditional acrylics dry really fast, right? Open acrylics are open in the sense that it doesn't dry very fast and you can get a tackiness like you would an oil paint to paint on, and you can reactivate them really fast. Okay. So they take longer to dry, to surface dry, open acrylics do. So you can get those smooth effects, whereas regular acrylics, sometimes, you know, I've been trying to blend and make fluffy clouds, but it's already dry and you can't, you know. So if you want to try something like that out, then get some open acrylics. Okay, so what am I doing here? I've already worked on these pages, right? Oh yeah, try some open acrylics, Jackie. So, but anyways, I've already worked on this page, and so I'm gonna start wetting on these pages. So what I'm gonna do is, this is a piece of palette paper. You can use glassine paper, you can use wax paper, you can use deli wrap paper, whatever it is, paper, okay? But you kind of want it like shiny, okay? And I'm going to put that under this. And the reason being is because if I were to reactivate, if I'm going to start wetting the back of this page, this will kind of come through to the other side, make this damp, okay? And it might stick to the other page before I have it dry. So this lets it not do that, okay? That's how I've just been working. Now I'm trying to, I think you guys can kind of see a theme here. So I'm trying these like kind of cone flower things. Lately I've been loving working with acrylic and charcoal, so, and graphites, and so I think you guys can kind of see this theme. And the reason why I'm kind of working with this is because I have these cool frames that I'm trying to almost make a piece for. And now I'm not gonna like, so I'm experimenting in my sketchbook before I actually make a solid piece for it. And so, gosh, what can I say about that? So it's really cool working in a book like this, because so technically, even though I'm not going to use newsprint paper or anything, if I were to like scale this up, right? But what you can do is you can get a board. You can use any kind of substrate. It doesn't have to be newsprint paper. But if you're, so what you're going to do, like let's say I wanted to scale this up, okay? Like I'm getting close to what I want for these frames. But let's say I wanted to scale this up. I could and make like a finalized piece, something not in my sketchbook, just kind of replicate it in a way. You can use illustration board, you can use foam core board, you can use wood, you can use particle board, you can use pretty much anything you want. I mean, even canvas if you want, but I personally don't like the texture of canvas. It's just too manufactured looking to me. But because, and what you're going to do on that substrate then, like whether it's foam core board or illustration board, is prime it the same way you did this paper, because that's how you're going to work, is like, okay, so with this, either I'm going to put clear gesso or matte medium over it. It's going to seal the actual substrate, the paper, okay, so that the other acrylics or charcoal or whatever kind of water-based things are not getting through to the paper and corroding it. And you're going to do the same thing with a bigger substrate, whether that's bristle paper, bristle board, foam core board, gator board, whatever it is. Okay, you're going to do that. I do recommend, though, if you're working wet, okay, you're going to want something more of a board. You're not going to want paper. It's going to curl. It's going to be weird. I mean, you could use watercolor paper if you wanted, but you're going to have to make sure you size it. But anyways, so I'm going to kind of go with that whole flower thing because I'm close. Like each kind of page, I'm getting to what I want. And that's kind of what I'm doing these days, because I kind of like this whole, I'm going to work in my sketchbook until it feels right. And then if it feels right, then I'm going to make it into a finalized piece. Does that make sense? Oh, it's good to see you, Dan. Have a good one. I hope work turns out good. Okay. So what I'm gonna do here is I have palette paper. Okay, this is what I'm gonna be using for the most part. I have a little spot open, so I'm gonna prime my pages with that spot. And I liked this color, and I liked the clear gesso, to be honest. So I'm gonna try and make that again. That's what I'm gonna be doing. Let me get some of my paints out. Jackie, what you working on today? Are you working anything creative? Oh, okay. So I'm getting some of my acrylic paints out. I tend to work with a limited color palette. I like it. And here's what I usually get if you're interested, because I think it's hard to go and get a medium that you don't know, right? And you don't know the colors or anything like that. Um, it is for me. And it took me a really long time to be like, these are the colors that I like. Here's why. And I'm just going to go for those rather than getting such a huge, extensive palette. Okay. Titanium white. You're going to want the biggest tube that they have. Okay. You're going to want the biggest tube that they have. You go through so much white. I'll tell you right now, you will go through so much white. Okay. Now, I got like a medium grade, so I don't tend to use such professional grade art supplies. I do for some things, like open acrylics are going to be professional grade. They're going to be more pricey. Okay. Don't know why. Ask Golden, who knows. But, you know, but this is like medium. It's like, it's not technically like a student just starting out grade. It's in between, and I like it though. I recommend you try a whole bunch of different brands, but I like these ones because I like the tackiness of it. Like once I find something that I like and I know how to work with, it doesn't really matter to me, like to be honest. And I don't think it really matters to like a buyer either. It's like you can get good with any kind of supplies that you have. Does that make sense? You just have to know how to work with it. Um, I like Winsor Newton acrylics Galleria because of the tackiness. It's just my jam. I like a tackiness. Some other acrylics, they're almost too thin for me. These ones I like. So, big white thing. Okay, let's see here. Oh, that's really cool, Jackie. Well, I hope you have a good time. And I want to see this whole gene thing. Wow, that's cool. That's my jam right there. Good job, Jackie. I want to see how that goes. Um, that's cool. Does the gene kind of like peek through like the blue? I kind of want to know that. Um, okay, so yeah, big tube of titanium white. Okay, I'm an alizarin crimson person. Okay, so I got an alizarin crimson. A cadmium yellow hue. Okay, I like this one because it's bright. It's vibrant. Okay, and it's usually pretty transparent too. Um, I like working with this one. I'm an ultramarine person. Okay. If I'm not an ultramarine person and it's not available, I like a phthalo blue. But I like ultramarine blue kind of the most. I will go cobalt if I have to, but ultramarine or phthalo is my jam. Okay. The cadmium red hue is pretty good. It's very vibrant. Um, and I like that. And then a yellow ochre. Okay. Um, so it's kind of, it's kind of muted. grungy, and I like that. And I ended up getting, because there was a sale, so I ended up getting an opera rose, but I haven't used that yet. And the reason why I got this one is that it's kind of hard for me to mix this color anyways. So this is my limited color palette. I don't get a brown. I typically don't get a green. If I do get a green, it's going to be a sap green. But the reason I don't is, like, these are the primary colors, right? And I can make my own greens. I can make any kind of shade of green I want, any kind of temperature green I want with these colors. Okay. I can make any kind of purple I want, any kind of temperature purple I want with these colors. I can make any kind of orange that I want with these colors. I can make any kind of browns that I want with these colors. I can make really dark, almost black colors. Notice I don't really have a black. Usually, if I do use a black, it's going to be for the background, an underpainting, and you can just mix that with clear gesso, okay? But if you mix this ultramarine blue and alizarin crimson, these get dark. They get real dark. You don't need to add black to anything if you don't want to. So that's what I get. Oh, so it's not peeking through. Well, that's cool though, to like recycle the jeans and stuff. That would be really cool. That's neat. I'm glad you did that. That's pretty cool. I'm excited to see. But yeah, okay, so that's what I get usually. I can make pretty much anything you want out of this, even skin tones. So if you're looking for some paints to buy and you don't really know, you don't want to get like a set, you would rather just go and get individual tubes, I recommend the ones I just mentioned here. Really, in anything, this is what I buy also for oils. This is usually what I'm going to gravitate towards with open acrylics. This is what I get when it comes to wet paints. Okay. All right. So who's like exhibiting at the Phoenix Art Museum right now, Jackie? Anybody cool? Is there any like show that's going on? All right, so how I made, and I like a palette paper. I might get a wet, you can make your own wet palette. I just haven't put in the effort to do it, to be honest, but I like palette paper because I know me, and if I kept a palette around, I would I'm it'd be a mess. Does that make sense? Like, be I have a cat and I have a dog, and their fur gets everywhere, one. Okay. And two, like, you have to clean those palettes, and it's like, I kind of want to keep things as simple as possible. I don't want to be scraping away paint from my glass palette or my wet palette or whatever it may be. I'd rather just tear this out. I'm done, So I don't know, but it's up to y'all whether you guys want a wet palette or not. So, all right, I'm going to take some cadmium red. Yeah, I'm going to put that here, right there. I'm going to take a yellow ochre, put that right there. Take titanium white, put that there. Phew. Excuse me, I have to sneeze apparently. Okay. All right. And then I'm gonna get my palette knife. Um, I like my palette knife. That's how I mix my colors. So I'm just gonna get a palette knife. I'm gonna take a huge chunk of white, take some red, and that's another reason why I like palette paper is because it's like it's silky, and it's easier for me to mix my paints. Um, I don't like a wood palette; it's too grainy for me. And yeah, that's just me. Um, gonna take some yellow ochre. Acrylic paints always dry darker, by the way. So if you're looking for something lighter, always go like right now. This looks light to me, okay? But it will probably dry as dark as this one. Um, so just keep that in mind. Like you're gonna have to kind of keep experimenting to find out like how colors will dry and if you like it that way. But I if you know things you want, if you know you want a certain thing lighter, make sure then like if this is the kind of shade that you want right now while it's wet, make it even lighter because it's gonna dry darker. Okay, and I actually want this to be a little bit more yellowy. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's try that actually. And then what I'm gonna do is I need to kind of move it. I am gonna put it on top of that. Typically, I don't put wet paint on top of dried paint on my palette, but this is just gonna be in my sketchbook. You don't want to do that if you're gonna do a final piece because you get what's called scoobies. And it's like it could be mixed, it could be some of this paint might get mixed into the wet paint, some of that dry paint, and it gets kind of nasty. But since this is just my sketchbook, I really don't care. I really just don't care. Okay, and then I'm gonna take my clear gesso and I'm gonna mix this in with that paint. It gets kind of bubbly, and that's okay. Okay, cool. So I have this kind of salmon peachy color. Just moving things out of the way. Okay. So, and then I don't really want to keep any words or anything. I don't know. Nothing really spoke to me in my journaling, nor in the writing itself. So I'm just going to cover it. And I'm going to cover it with, I'm going to use like a bigger brush. But do you see how this is still kind of transparent? Sometimes I like that, sometimes I don't. It's just kind of what you're feeling for the day. So sometimes you can make something look still really transparent if you want them to kind of slightly peek through. So now it's like I'm priming my page, right? But I also tinted the primer with acrylic paint. So, and I'm a huge fan of clear gesso because it's sanded and it's clear. I'm not a huge fan of white gesso because it's just white. I mean, you can mix it with things, but it's always going to be like then kind of a pastel-y color. Um, that's not my favorite all the time. I like to have control over the background. I did. I did. So I'm doing acrylic paint, but I did add gesso to it. I added clear gesso to it. And the reason I'm doing that, like technically you could, since it's just in your sketchbook, Jackie, you could just add the acrylic paint for the background. You technically could. I wouldn't do that for a finalized piece just because it won't really act as a primer. There's a mixture in gesso that acts as a primer. But I added for my sketchbook pages the clear gesso because I'm going to be adding graphite on top of this too at some point and charcoal. And I like that grainy texture. So that's what I'm doing. That's why I added it. But if for your sketchbook you don't want to, you don't have to. You don't have to if you don't want to. But if you're going to be kind of writing and I don't know, I think clear gesso, it's pretty grainy. Um and I like that, but I will always kind of mix my acrylics either with a matte medium or a clear gesso just because it has some kind of tooth to it. Whereas acrylics kind of, if it's just acrylics, it will be kind of slippery. Oh, hey, no worries. No worries. Of course. Okay, let's see here. I kind of like that. I'm going to go over this just a little bit. All right. I might just do one application today. I kind of like that the words are transparent, but you can do however many applications or layers of this clear gesso and acrylic paint, depending on how transparent do you want the words to be. I'll let you know right now, you're going to need a good 3 to 5 layers of paint like of this gesso acrylic mixture paint if you don't want any words to show at all. Does that make sense? Um, but I kind of like playing with that. I'm feeling it today, so I'm gonna stick with that. And I don't know, like I don't technically go all the way down here. I don't know. I That's just kind of how I am. Um, I still have some of the edges from my pages seep through. I don't mind it. It's your sketchbook if you make one. You do whatever you want. Okay. This I'm gonna let this dry. Now, I live in Colorado. It's a dry climate. Okay, this is gonna be dry in about, I don't know, soon. Okay. Pretty soon. We'll see. Hopefully I can still be on this live. Um, so I'm gonna just wash my brush and stuff and clean my palette knife and still talk to y'all. Um, but so yeah, and that's not too long for me in the mornings to wait, to be honest. Um, it just kind of depends, I feel like, of your climate. I've had some people be like, my gesso things, I have to give it 24 hours. And I'm like, wow, that's a long time. But it's also because they kind of live in a humid climate. Luckily, I don't have to. So what I'm gonna do though is I have the Masters brush cleaner. This is the bomb, y'all. This is like the best. I'm almost done with it. I've had this for like 4 or 5 years, okay? Um, and I'm a heavy painter. I paint a lot, okay? And honestly, all you do is you go to your kitchen sink or wherever, your slop sink, whatever you're doing. Even if you can't put paint down the sink, you got your buckets or whatever. But you get your paintbrush wet and go in here until you do that enough times until your water is clean, and it's the best. It conditions your brushes. You can use it for anything: oil paint, watercolor, stains, acrylic. I've even used it for acrylic ink. I've used it for my roller brayer too, and it's pretty good. But I will say that if you have an acrylic ink kind of thing, um rubbing alcohol works best. Isopropyl alcohol works best. So I'm gonna go wash these. See what's happening in the kitchen, y'all. So you might hear some water running. I had to wash my doggy's bed and it's like lumpy now, and he's trying to reorganize it, and I think he wants help. So we'll see. I might have to do that too. It's like, what the heck? But this cleaner is actually really good. Like, I've had some pretty caked on acrylic paint because, I let it sit there too long. I'm sure we've all done that before. And this cleaner will work really good. It'll get it done. It'll get the paint off. Mm-hmm. Okay, that looks good to me. I need a new paper towel. Buddy. Hi, buddy. So yeah, sorry you guys are just kind of watching paint dry. Crystal, if you're still watching, what you got planned for the weekend? I'm excited to actually have 2 days off again. I've been like working. I have another job. I actually have a part-time job as a testing proctor. Um, and I've been covering a lot. And I also just increased my hours. And so, like, the past couple weekends, I've had to work Saturday, which is fine. But it's like, I'm so excited to have Saturday and Sunday off, you know? And it's great. What's up, Jaco? You want a cookie? Get a cookie. All right. Yeah. Aw, he's so cute. Wish I could show you guys. I'm gonna give him a cookie. All right, sit. Sit. Stay. Stay. Good boy. Cool. Let's see here. Yeah, this is like practically dry. You know? It's really that fast. It's awesome. I know, rest is good. Rest is part of the journey, Jackie. This is it's a hard thing to accept, but man, rest is great. Um, yeah. So, and I mean, like, I increased my hours there, which is nice. Like, I like the extra income, and it helps take the pressure off the art, which I like, because it's like, I don't know. I don't want to do that to my art. I don't want it to be like such a, I mean, it would be great if it was like booming and I make like a full-time income from my art and stuff, but also that's a lot of pressure to put on your art and put on yourself. Like, I'm happy with just how it's unfolding as it is. But it's nice to also have like a part-time job and not have to, and that income's consistent. So it's just nice. It makes me feel like I can just do art for me, and not have to worry about like, will someone like this to buy it? I don't like that. I don't like putting myself in that situation. So, but all right, I'm gonna try and transfer some of this paint because I don't want to use this palette anymore. So we're gonna go funk. And there we are. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just feel like the more and more I do my art stuff, the better, and I just want it to unfold naturally. Like, I mean, the goal is to just be able to sit at home 100% of the time and just make art, and that's where you get your income from. But I'm also just not going to force it. So, there we go. Okay, this is about finished. This is about done drawing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's see here. What else can I do? I'm gonna grab some acrylic, or not acrylic, some of my charcoal and graphite. I'm gonna put my mic there though, because it's feel like my AC. I don't know if you guys can hear my AC or hear me over my AC. I don't know, but it's a hot day. It's gotta be. I got this ring light like baking into my face and back, so there's no way I have to have the AC on. So. All right. Yeah, let's see here. So I've been experimenting with white charcoal, and I really do like it. I'm gonna experiment though with some pastel pencil. Um, Maybe some harder stick pastel too. We'll see. Because I've also found that um, I've found a way to seal the charcoal. And I'm wondering if I can seal, as long as I'm not doing such heavy pastel, I'm wondering if I can seal the pastel pencil as well. Like seal it, like to where I don't need glass behind it. Okay, cool. You can hear me just fine. So, because normally with soft pastel, um, come on, get on out of here. Get. I have so much. I need more space already. I don't need my spatula today. Okay, we're good. Uh, so I'm wondering. So with like soft pastel, right? Um, that's how I normally paint. You can barely fix that. Like even if you fix it, which I use this to fix my soft pastels. Okay, you need like a bajillion layers of this to fix it to where you can rub like this and it won't come up with pastel dust. Okay. However, even though I fix it, I'm not going to like send that to a customer, okay, and have it like not behind glass, because even though it's fixed like this, you gouge that painting, okay, like that dust is going to come up. That's what's going to happen. It's not properly sealed in my opinion. It's nice to fix your pastel paintings. Oh, have a good one. Yeah, feel free to catch the replay. It's probably going to be long, Jackie. Promise you, because I'm going to be on here for a while. But hey, I hope you have a good one at the museum. Let me know how your gene project turned out. But so you're going to have to fix it like a lot with this. And it's good to like, it's good for shipping, in my opinion. And it's nice too, still for display, because the powder, the dust won't like fall on the mat board of the pastel painting as much or within the frame, but you're still going to want it behind glass, okay? But I have found like, so, you know, like with this one, this is charcoal right here and some white charcoal here, and I fixed that, and then I also painted clear gesso on top of that, and it didn't smear, it's still intact. I can rub it and it's fine, you know? So this makes me feel like I want to try it with a little bit of pastel as well. And in that way, if I do make something and blow this up for a finalized piece, because technically this is just clear gesso on top of it, or even matte medium, you can still varnish on top of that and it will seal the painting. So I'm thinking that I might be able to create something to where I don't technically have to have it behind glass if I'm just using a little bit of pastel. Um, and I think I have to use a little bit of pastel rather than just like, oh, okay, like if I were to spray, so if my painting was pastel heavy and I were to spray the crap out of it with this fixative, okay, like, and I use this fixative because it doesn't darken the colors as much, okay, just slightly. To a trained eye, just slightly, okay. But I use this fixative. So even if I fixed it so much and then like a completed painting, let me see if I can give you an example. Okay, so this is on sanded paper, right? So something like this, a completed painting, this is just pastel, okay? If I were to fix this with the fixative really well, okay, and then come over it with something like matte medium or clear gesso, this is too wet. It's way too wet, okay? And what it's going to do is it's going to darken all of your painting because it's so wet, okay? And it's just so pastel heavy. That's what happens when you have the pastel dust. Once it gets wet, it's going to darken, and then that's the way it's going to be. So you can't go over this. Like even if you fixed it so right, so even if you were to try and go over it, it's not smearing, it's still going to seep through the fixative enough to darken your colors, and you can't, it's going to be a ruined painting. So that's why I'm saying like a slight pastel for accents or charcoal or something. We'll see how it goes, but you can't do that with a full painting, a full pastel painting, I mean. So but since I'm using it in a mixed media way, most of this is acrylic, okay? And then there's accents of graphite and charcoal. I'm going to try and do the same with pastel, just accents, okay? So that being said, I'm going to take my white charcoal pencil, and I really did like this composition. So the only thing is, so I have these frames and it's too bright. Some of this red, I think rather it being red, I want it to be more brown, like a brown. And I think this background, too much of this orange is peeking through. Yeah, I think it's peeking through too much. And then what else? What else do I want? There's something too centered with my composition. I don't know whether to go further up or have the sky come further down, probably further up. Or maybe I can make it kind of wacky and like literally like make it super bowed. I don't know. We'll see. We're going to play around with it. And Yeah, in fact, I'm gonna make it super wacky and come up more. And I want it kind of in. I want this to kind of come in. I don't know if you can see those white marks because of the glare and everything, but so this is kind of then where I'm going to have that like brownish tree line coming through. Yeah. And then that's pretty good. And then I did like, I mean, I do like those, how those clouds kind of came in. Um, I liked that a cone flower was coming up over here, coming through that. Need to have more kind of overlapping over here and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, this will be good. Okay, so I'm gonna get some graphite. Okay, just like a chunk of graphite here. It's willow charcoal. Okay, it's kind of gray. And then I'm gonna make those the cone part of the cone flower, the middle part. Hmm. Yeah, I think this one needs like one of those little pod things. Okay. And then we'll have a cone flower here. Cone flower here. Maybe one right here. Okay. That looks okay to me. So I like the texture of the graphite. That's always been fun for me. I'm gonna leave it kind of like that for now because then I'm kind of gonna work around it, but also like, I don't know, we'll see. I build this up in layers. Let me see something. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna be mixing some more paints. So, and I want it to be like these clouds. So this is just the acrylic paint here. I'm trying to make it even lighter than the sky, but I don't want it to be like a different color than the sky. I just want it to be a different shade or tint, I guess I would say, a different value. Yep, that looks good to me. Switch this around. Back, let me kind of move this away. Have this on my right side. Da, da, da. Okay. So I'm just kind of sporadically putting some of this on here. And then I'm going to take, yeah, I have like a scratchy brush. And I'm going to move that around. Just wiping my palette knife clean. I might even just dip it in here. Being careful of that little charcoal spot because it will move. It will smear. And I just kind of put those there, those little charcoal spots, so I can kind of get an idea of where I want my cone flowers to be. But honestly, like, even if it smears, it's okay to me. Um, Personally, just because I know eventually I'm going to be fixing it, like sealing it with fixative and then making it more pronounced. So that's just kind of what like it's okay for me right now. And plus it's like it's in my sketchbook. Like you're supposed to kind of make mistakes to me. That's how I use my sketchbook. I'm just gonna explore. Okay. Mixing kind of more of a yellowy golden kind of color. Yeah, groovy. Just need more water. Okay, so now I'm gonna mix a brown. I need like a brown. I'm gonna put my blue here. Ultramarine blue. Look on my palette. It's on my palette. Is this too exposed for y'all? Let me see. Okay, that's not bad. Okay. And then I'm gonna do my alizarin crimson. This, yeah. And I'm gonna mix those probably down here. You get like this dark purple. Okay. Super dark. And so it's purple, right? But you can make that more of a brown by adding some of this yellow ochre. In fact, I'm going to add more. I need more. Okay, let's try this. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm kind of globbing this on, but also scraping away with my palette knife because I like how this pink kind of grain seeps through of the clear gesso. Okay, so that's what I'm doing. I'm kind of scraping away and revealing some of that texture. So I'm kind of just trying to make like a distance. It could be trees, it could be mountains, it could be whatever your heart desires. Like I try not to think too much. I don't know, like that's what I'm trying to do these days is like not try to think too much about like, oh, what is this? Because it's not the focal point for me in the background. What's up, Davina? It's great to see you. I'm glad you like the texture. How's it going? What you up to this weekend? Um, but yeah, so like that's what I'm trying to do these days is like, okay, this is gonna be in the distance. It's not the focal point. And like I kind of like leaving it up to the viewer's imagination. Like what is this? Is it trees? Is it mountains? Is it I don't know, dunes? Is it could be whatever. So I'm also gonna be taking that and making marks with it around the page and kind of overlap some of that where you put the cone flowers because I want that overlapping, right? Like over here on this page, that's what I wasn't happy about was that this orange kind of peeked through too much and I didn't like that. So I'm trying to and it was like more around the cone flowers. Like you could tell that I was trying like to avoid the cone flowers and that's not how nature is. Nature is very just organic and chaotic and crazy. So, oh, cool. What kind of series are you working on these days? Yeah, I know you like some textures, Davina. They're so fun. Okie doke. So we got that. Um, hmm. That's pretty dark for me. I think that's dark enough. I'm going to now make one second. Oh, I'm glad you're having fun, Davina. Those sound fun. I'm excited to see your abstracts. Awesome, awesome. I know we've talked about that gallery before. Are you having some success with it? I know you sent me something about it. I honestly haven't been on there to check it out. Hmm, let me see something. Actually, that's pretty. Okay. Um, I made this kind of gray green, blue green. I'm gonna do the same thing there. Just kind of make some marks with it. Make sure you kind of bring it up if you're gonna have some flowers up here. Try and do something different with your palette knife rather than up and down. Do sideways too. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it would be good to kind of keep the portfolio. That's neat. So how does that work? Do you have to pay to be on the gallery, or do they just kind of take like a percentage if you sell through them, or both? Ooh. Oh, okay, that's not bad. That's pretty cool then. That's really cool. I like when galleries do that, like that they take a percentage when you actually sell rather than like just up front or those online gallery things, Because yeah, and some of them do like both. Like you have to, in order to get more photos on there, you can pay to just have the gallery and they take a commission. And I'm just like, no, no, to me, it should be like one or the other, you know? I'm glad it's working out for you. Okay, I think this one is a little bit lighter. Yeah. Do I like that? Yeah, we like it. It'll be okay. Oh, I see. Okay, cool. Well, that's good. That's real good. What website do you use, or like a website builder do you use? Like they just kind of limit the images that you can, or like you have to pay more if you want to add more? Okay, that looks pretty decent to me right now. Let that dry. Oh, neat. That's really good. That's a lot of visitors. That's pretty cool. Do I accept every connection request on LinkedIn? No. Oh no. No, definitely no. Nope. No, let's see here. Let me see if I can get into LinkedIn. I currently have 167 connection requests. Um so yeah, no, I just don't. I'm getting more strict about who I accept in my network to like even if they look legit, I just, I want a certain thing out of my network. So, I kind of make sure that one, that if they're an artist, that they're a practicing artist too. And so I can go onto their posts and like and comment and stuff like that. If it's just somebody who's never liked my art or like my posts and never commented, they're just silent. I don't connect with them, to be honest. I'm like, no, you can follow me, that's cool and all, but until you actually Okay, let's see. There we go. Thanks for letting me know, Davina. Yeah, I think my mic died. That's it. But hey, feel free to check out the replay. Um, I'll be on here for a while probably, just hanging out all day for the most part, because I'm making a page. So, but hey, thanks for letting me know about your cool gallery. I'll have to check it out. One of these days, I swear I'll check it out. Just to check it out, just to see. I don't know if I'll actually get on or anything because I like Faso. I really do like Faso a lot. And for me, like I have ADHD, so it's hard for me to like be everywhere. If I'm everywhere, I'm like nowhere. So I get too overwhelmed. I've been trying to like I was like this year I'm gonna do LinkedIn and Pinterest. And I haven't done any Pinterest. And I've barely done any LinkedIn, to be honest. Like I used to be really good with some LinkedIn stuff. But it's just been I don't know. It's been like a resting period for me, like a resting year. I've had a lot of self reflection with things, and I think I want to take my art in a different direction. So I'm actually starting a list of galleries and been talking to some gallery owners, and I have a really good colleague at my job. Um, and he's been great. Just he used to work in the art scene in Denver in like the 80s, early 90s and stuff, and so he's been introducing me to people, and I think that'd be great because I kind of came to this point where um, I love self-promoting my artwork, but it's a lot of work, and it'd be great if I could also get some help with that, with some representation in like a gallery or something as well, and just to try it out. So see if it's for me or not. But we'll see. We'll see. A lot is coming down the way. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's concern with I think there's concern with everything. People trying to steal your images, and to be honest, like I try and not worry about it. Like I'm like, hey, you know what? If you, I mean, I think, and don't get me wrong, because I think people have tried to steal kind of my stuff before, but I'm just kind of like, if you're having better luck selling my work than I am, like, and by stealing it, then I'm kind of just like, fine, whatever. Like, I don't want to have the mental energy of trying to keep up with that these days. I used to be really particular and be like, I'm gonna make sure I have a copyright thing and all of this stuff, and on my work so people can't steal it. And now I'm just like, I can't, like, I don't even have time, you know? I'm just like, I just kind of let karma do its thing if that's the case. If someone's going to steal my artwork and try and sell it, and like that's bad juju for you, you know? If they would just take the time to learn the skills like we do, they could have their own work and their own style, you know? They don't. They just like steal other people's stuff, and that's kind of sad to me. But yeah, I don't know, because of all this AI stuff. I think that's what you're talking about, and that's why I kind of like going live um, lately, just because it's not just like a static image that the it's gonna crawl through. They can't really do that. So I kind of like going live, to be honest. Maybe even some video. Um, And I don't really think LinkedIn's doing that yet with AI. I think LinkedIn, if they're doing any kind of AI mumbo jumbo, it's more for content creation rather than um, image, visual art creation. So I like LinkedIn for that. Oh, I'm sorry you had someone steal your work. That's just the pits, man. That's just the pits. And I think too, when someone does steal your work, or even if it's AI, because I know there's like an AI movement kind of thing about trying to get that off of like Meta. Um, but I've seen it too, where if people steal your work, like just use your following honestly to like just be like, this person stealing my work, ban them, shame on them. That's that's silly. And I think they think it's easy. Like, I don't know. Have you had were they stealing it and were they actually making money from it? Because that's what I think people don't realize is like, and I think we've talked about that, Davina. It's just like being an artist. I hate to like say that and disillusion people, but it's like it's hard to sell your work in the first place. So it's like if someone's gonna steal your work and think that they have a better chance of selling it than you do, I really highly doubt it. Like, and if they do, like, shame on them. But it's hard. It's hard to sell your work as just the original creator. So I don't know. I don't know. And I honestly think too, like, I'm not afraid of the AI movement thing at all, because I think eventually, honestly, I think eventually it's gonna have this full swing around to where original fine artists are gonna be really sought after, and it's gonna actually make your work more valuable because there is AI that can do it for cheap. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's gonna be that case, that it's going to kind of swing around and be like, wow, like I want someone with these skills, and I want this to be made by hand by someone and put it on my wall, or sculpted by someone, or. So I think it's going to kind of come around and be like, no, like I want a fine artist. I want to pay someone and not a computer. That's what I'm hoping for, anyways. Oh, that's awful. That's bad juju. That's not cool. That's not cool. He printed your work for the spa. Shh. That's not cool. Do you have like a better business bureau there, or I'd report him. I would report him. I also saw this other guy. There was like a gallery. This gentleman he was an artist and he was in a gallery, and the gallery owner sold his work but took forever to pay him. And then I think something happened too, where the gallery like either claimed bankruptcy or something like that, and still was like not paying him. But he ended up taking him to court and ended up getting that paid back. And then like on his in his website, everywhere he's like, this was sold and this was sold through the gallery, and then this is what happened. So don't ever go through this gallery or this person as an owner. And I was like, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like what that guy did, to just let other people know, like, especially other artists know, like, hey, don't put your artwork here. 3 meters? That's ridiculous. Oh, geez. I hope you can do something about that. or at least keep it in your back pocket. Or maybe post about it, Davina. Just be like, hey, this happened. Is there any, like, you know, people near me with intellectual property legal advice or things like that? Because that's just silly. I'm sorry he did that. Ugh. It's bad karma. Shame. Shame. So, okay, so I'm taking this white charcoal again and I'm gonna be making these. You know, I actually have pictures of coneflowers. Let me get them because I kind of want to get that effect. Do 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 do. Okay. There we go. Oh, hey, David. What's going on? Good to see you. I don't know how to wave when it's this kind of camera, but hey. Okay, so just kind of gonna take this and make some petal like marks. I kind of like the wilted petal flowers these days. I don't know what it is. I was kind of talking about this with Heather too. Um, Heather and Bone. She's on LinkedIn. She's pretty cool. I think she's having a good day today. She's doing some kind of party pop up thingy. Um, yes, exactly. A sideways wave. Something. But yeah, there's something pretty in like decayed flowers and wilting flowers to me. It shows a different cycle and I really like that. Oh, you just finished a painting, David? Oh, that's exciting. That always feels good. Bravo. So I'm doing some mixed medium here today, David. You know, here's my cool sketchbook journal book. It's just a reading textbook thing. And I'm using, so I put down some clear gesso mixed with some acrylic for the background and then just regular acrylic paints. And I got some graphite and some charcoal pencil and some white charcoal that I'm going to use. I'm going to try some pastel, David, because so you know how like when you have a complete pastel painting, well, I don't know. Well, this has been my experience that it's been hard to even find a good fixative for a complete pastel painting that's going to fix it to where you know like you rub it and it doesn't come off. And I found that, like, this is a good fixative for that. Um, it's Sennelier Latour, but you have to use so many layers, honestly. And a layer is like one horizontal and vertical, and that's one layer. And usually I need about 8 layers of that, but it's still not completely like fixed or sealed in my opinion, because you can do this and it won't like come off, but if you gouged it, like that pastel painting is going to be ruined, you would ruin it, and so that worries me. So I'm always, shipping my pastel paintings under glass, even if I'm fixing it, because it's good for transportation stuff. I would still fix it, but anyways, what I'm trying to say is, I did find though with charcoal, so this has been, so I have charcoal on here in different areas. Um, and what I did was I sprayed fixed this, and because I don't want my pages in my sketchbook to stick together, so I went over it with clear gesso, and it's fine. It didn't smear the charcoal and all over the place, and it's still apparent to me. It doesn't like darken it the way I thought it would. So I was like, oh my gosh, maybe on this page I'm gonna play around with some pastel, just a little bit, because I think if it's fully pastel, even if I spray fix it, once I put clear gesso over it and it's like a huge clump of pastel area, it's gonna darken it because it wets it. But I want to play with it for a little bit, just a little bit. So that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do, because technically I could, if I wanted to, something like this page, I could make it like a final piece and like um and seal it to where it doesn't have to be behind glass. So I'm hoping to do that maybe, because I have some frames that my framer made, and I'm trying to make a piece specific for those frames. Oh, it didn't display it for a month. YouTube's weird. I still don't get it. Like I'm streaming there, but it's just like as a secondary. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. So I know. Okay, cool. So I will. Let's see. So it is, I know it's backwards, or kind of, what if I did this? Is this better? No, it's still kind of backwards. But anyways, it's fixatif or fixative, right? And it's Latour and it's Sennelier, and it's for their pastels. You have to get this one. It's for soft pastels. They also have an oil pastel one. It's not as good, okay? You want the soft pastel one. And again, you're going to have to, I mean, I go through a lot of cans of this because you have to spray a lot. Like a lot, okay? Like 8 layers minimum, depending on how thick you layer on. So yeah, but that's the best fixative I've found for pastels anyways, so I'm gonna try this. Now, I use a Groundbacher's Final Fixative for the charcoal, and that's what's been good. I have used this on pastel before, but it will darken it. It darkens it a lot, okay? Um, but we'll see. I don't know. Maybe if I'm using it, maybe if I'm not doing like a full painting just in pastel, it'll be different. So I'm going to try that too. Now, another one that I like to use, but it's more, and you have to spray this stuff outside, okay? But this one, you don't have to spray outside. It's Degas fixative, but it's a spritz and not technically like a spray aerosol. So this one is good for working in between layers. This is not good as a final fixative, okay? But it does do some cool effects. You can unscrew the cap and do kind of some drippy things. But this one is odor free, it's non-toxic, it's all natural, and I'm pretty sure it's vegan, which is nice. And so you don't have to go outside for this one or wear a mask, but you should probably do that with these ones, okay? Um, yeah, I love experimenting. Oh, I like that they're delicate. Yes, Latour Fixative. Latour Fixative. When I'm all done, I'll try and go in there, David, and I'll try and comment under your comment so you know what it looks like. Um, um, I don't remember my YouTube channel name. I think it's just Johanna Renee with some numbers, to be honest. I'll let you know that too. Yeah, glassine's good. And what do you mean? Do you just kind of like press it and it's good, or because like I love glassine for like storing and stuff, but now I'm curious. What do you mean? Does it like do you press it in a rolling pin? Now I'm curious. Yeah, I know. We're always having good vibes. Okay, interesting. I haven't done that. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try that for sure. For sure. Definitely. We'll see how that goes. But okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. So yeah, just kind of getting these echinaceas in here. And I do kind of like to use a photo reference in some, like a lot of different photo references. And I'm barely even looking at my photo references. I do have some of coneflowers already because my mom-in-law, she has some coneflowers that she grows, but I'm not like making it look exactly like the picture by any means. It's more just like to get their shape down, their wilty weird shape. So, but this has been good. I like it because, you know, like on this page, I let the, right here, I let some of the print peek through. And I've also just been kind of using it as my journal, David, but it's just kind of nice to kind of have this mixed media collage in your sketchbook. And then if you make something really cool, then you can always replicate it into a bigger piece. And so that's what I'm trying to do these days. I'm like, you know, that's what I want. I like it. That's what I want personally. So that's what I'm trying to do. Aw, I'm glad. Thanks, David. Woohoo. Well, I haven't been on YouTube in a while, and for that matter, I've barely been on LinkedIn too. What's new? What's happening? Are you going to be doing a live soon, David? And thanks for replying to my newsletter. It was great. I'm glad you replied because I was like, oh, I don't know. Hopefully, I needed to see. Sometimes you don't get to see the back end of things, if that makes sense. I'm sure you know. And so I was like, well, I asked them to email me, and I wonder if they are and if I'm just not getting it, but I was. And then you emailed me, and then a couple other people emailed me, and I was like, oh, this is great. This is awesome. Oh, that's good to know. So Monday morning your time is Sunday afternoon for me. That's good. You know, I need to write that down. Give me 1 second because I didn't know otherwise. And you only do YouTube, right? You don't stream from LinkedIn yet? Or ever, maybe? So, David, YouTube, Sunday afternoons. Groovy. Sundays are usually pretty good days for me. I usually don't have much going on. Okay, now am I gonna, we'll see. We'll see what's happening. Okay, groovy. So I kind of want to play up these clouds a little bit more before you know what? No, I can't do that yet. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go take this outside really quick and do a spray fixative. Um, Oh, well, thank you, David. I appreciate you showing up. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I will try and peek in on your YouTube tomorrow if I can. And you're the best. You're so sweet. Love all that you do. I hope you have a good rest of your weekend. Okay, y'all, so I'm going to go spray this really quick. I'll be right back. Alright, so I sprayed it. Gotta walk away for a minute. Let the fumes dissipate on the patio. You know? And so, since that's going on, and I just have to speak into the camera here, I'm gonna see if I can charge my mic again. You know? I've like been on here all day and I really don't care. I'm just enjoying like making this sketchbook page, and I would be doing it anyways, even if I wasn't going live. So, and it's been nice because there's like times where people pop in and there's times where it's just dead, and it's great though because I mean, if I would have quit, then I wouldn't have been able to talk to you, Davina. You would have been on here, or David, that kind of thing. So it's just kind of nice. Okay, let's see here. What else can I do? Okay, so I sprayed it with that Grombacher fixative, and it's actually pretty good. So I like that. Now, it kind of darkens the charcoal, the black charcoal, and it kind of lightens the. What am I trying to say? It will kind of alter the white charcoal, but I don't mind that. So you can still see it enough, if that makes sense. But I wanted to do that because I'm trying to get this sky a little bit different, make it a little bit different, if that makes sense. So I'm going to be using titanium whites, my huge tube of titanium white. It was great. This was great. I got this on sale at my paint shop, and I go through a lot of whites, titanium whites. Okay. So, how do I want to do this? Let's see here. I want to make this white pink a little bit better, a little bit brighter. Too light. Yeah, this one should be good. So I'm just coming in here. And I'm not like focusing on I'm making shapes more than I am making like legitimate clouds, if that makes kind of like to just glob it on and then come in here and fan it out. Hey Kaylee, hey flipping Kaylee. Gosh, mosquitoes love me. I literally just stepped out to spray my 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 sketchbook and something bit me. It's ridiculous. They love me. When I go outside and paint for like plein air painting, I have to spray myself down like 7 times. I don't understand what it is. I saw that it's like something in my like sweat, which is weird because I don't like. This is probably too much information for you guys, but I don't like perspire sweat. Like I don't get wet, you know. So I'm like, I don't know if it's that. I don't know if I'm just sweet smelling. I have no idea. And it's like, honestly, it's worse if because I was like, well, maybe then I should shower before I go outside and get all whatever. And no, it's like worse. It's worse if you're clean and you go outside. They just love me. I don't know what it is. Hey, kitty. Okay. So yeah, I just kind of needed to lighten that. The reason I'm kind of lightening that is because I want these petals of these flowers to be kind of light, and I want it to correspond with all of that. So, and it looks very similar to this page, to be honest, but what I was trying to do, I am altering the composition a little bit, and this red here, I'm trying to, well, it's more red to me. I tried to make it more brown and darker, but I might need to make it even more of a brown, like a brown. I don't know, like a warm brown. This is still kind of purpley to me. We'll find out. Yeah. And I am streaming to Facebook and YouTube, but again, I really don't know what I'm doing over there. So if you guys have been commenting or saying hi, and I just haven't seen y'all, sorry. Again, I don't know what I'm doing over there. So, yeah, please forgive me. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I want to. I'm gonna make the petal color, and I'm gonna use yellow ochre and this titanium white. that looks good to me. That looks pretty to me. I'm gonna wipe my palette knife. Oh, it's great to catch up with you too. Yeah, you have over 100 connection requests. I think it's fine. I don't even know what to do. Okay, so like sometimes, like you can click ignore, and there were a couple times, Davina, where I clicked ignored, and it brought me to a page like you don't know this person or something like that, and so I did that. But then I got temporarily banned from LinkedIn. I don't know why. I really don't know why. But it like, it would last a couple of days or something like that. So now I just don't even click ignore. I don't, I don't know. So you might want to play around with that. But I was like, no, how can you ban me? That's silly. I didn't do anything. So, but sometimes LinkedIn will do that to me. I have no idea why. Um, I don't know. I really don't know. Or sometimes they'll be like, oh, like you're using some kind of weird scheduling tracker AI thing. I'm like, no, I'm really not. I'm really not. Like, I don't even use ChatGPT. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Like, so I don't know. It's like someone maybe reports you or something like that. But so now I've been, like, recently, I've been trying to do my newsletter because yeah, just in case that stuff happens, it would be nice, but. Okay, so now I'm coming in here, and I'm gonna make some of these petals. I kind of like that they're streaky. I kind of like that they're a little bit see-through. I'm just using a round kind of brush. Um, you can use, honestly, whatever brush you need that you like. Um, I can make most any brush work. Are you gonna go for a run? Okay, cool. Have a good one. Be safe, baby. Honey, he's gonna go for a run outside. The round brush, it's your favorite? Cause I do. Like I like that one too. It's like my favorite. I have a bigger one, which I still haven't used, but I don't know. I don't know. That's what it is. I know. I think that's what happened, Davina, is that someone got angry and it's like, well, geez, because I don't know. They wouldn't know that like I blocked them or whatever, but so or ignored them. But yeah, they were like, fine, fine. You don't accept my connection request within 5 minutes, so I'm gonna report you. But hey, whatever. That's the way it is when you're dealing with social media. So what kind of abstracts? Did you post pictures of them? Let me see. I want to see. Been loving abstract stuff lately, so. Oh, you have. Oh, these are cool. Is it the one on your like what is that called? Like your background photo thing? That's cool. Are those your abstracts that you're talking about? Cuz those are neat. Those look fun. Oh, I love your ocean work too. You're so good with that. With like your seas and stuff. It's probably because you get to see the ocean and the water, you know? I'm just, I'm landlocked over here. I get the mountains and trees and stuff, but oh man, this is pretty. That's really pretty, Davina. Oh, good. So you're doing the large ones though. Those are the mini ones. That's cool. I love it. I like the textures. It looks like it's got some cool sprinkle things on it. I'm just like now kind of getting into some more abstract things. I never really did, but I really enjoy it. Did you start out also doing abstract things, or has it just kind of like now you're just like, oh yeah, like I kind of like this? As far as like painting goes, because I think sometimes like I've seen like some of your circle ones and everything with your digital work, but oh cool, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't know that. I like to learn like how people start, and some people start like very traditional or like portraits, and then they slowly gravitate towards like abstract, or it could be like the opposite, like you start kind of abstract and then you start going more representational with things. It's cool. So some dried strawberry leaves. That's awesome. Do you have a strawberry garden? Is that where you get them from? Oh, cool. You're learning some animation slowly. That's really cool that you're doing AI rendering too. What kind of thing do you use for AI rendering? Like, I've just been curious because I just kind of want to see what it's like. It's crazy to me how they train that stuff or train AI. My husband, he doesn't do digital AI, not what I'm trying to say, visual AI, but he, for a while there, had a gig where he was training AI math, like calculus and stuff like that, and I was like, that's crazy. That's crazy to me. It was weird. So, but really fascinating. I was like, wow, I can't believe the technology we live in. And just training it in that like like prompting it, like having it, like sometimes it would solve the problem, whether it's like proofs or whatever, and sometimes it wouldn't, but he would have to come up with then like prompts to help it, not like he wouldn't solve it for the AI, but help it work through it. And so it was like gaming logic to me. I was like, that's creepy and cool. It's like gaining reasoning. The AI knew how to reason after a while. My flowers might be too big. I don't know. I don't know yet. Mid Journey. Okay. AI Adobe. Oh, cool. Cool, cool, cool. I still don't have Adobe or like Photoshop. Um, I don't know what it's called yet. I use an open source thing called Pixlr. Um, if I'm gonna be like editing my photos for, the ones that you put on your website or whatever. But I'm not very good at it, to be honest. That's cool. Mid Journey. I'll have to try. I've heard of it. I kind of want to see. Do you have to pay for Mid Journey or is it like open? So I kind of like that my petals are spaced out a little bit more, that kind of thing. I'm gonna add a little bit more whites to this one. Maybe some red even if it'll let me. Trying to get some more lights in this one. Some of these sprinkle that through. Oh, okay. That's cool. General commercial usage terms. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, to kind of like manipulate some images and then get some cool ideas. Maybe even for like collaging and more mixed media still. I don't know. I should try. Well, cool. Thanks for that info. Kind of gonna add some more light pink to some of these petals. That's good. That, yeah, cause yeah, like you can sell from what you create from there because of the terms. That's nice. That's good to know. Yeah, try and add me. I don't know what I'm doing. Be like, help. It's not like, even with like Photoshop or Pixlr, it's hard for me. It's not it I I feel like I'm doing it wrong sometimes because like I don't know how to, what am I trying to say? Like I can layer, but like if I want to go back, it's kind of hard for me to do. It's not very intuitive for me. Um I'm not very good at it, like I said. I'm just not. No, like the school that I work at right now, they're like, "Hey, can you teach like graphic design stuff?" And I'm like, "No, no, you don't want me doing that. I'm not very good. So you're gonna need to find someone better." But I'll teach some pastels and some like fine art medium stuff. Like with actual paint, I can do that, but no. Okay, I'm liking that. Yeah, you do. You kind of make it alive. It's your own idea. Cool. That's cool. Groovy. Okay, let me see what I want to do now. I got these flowers going. Oh, some color theory in there too. What? Yeah, I need that. I want it. Now I want it. All right, I'm gonna wash my hands, and I think I'm gonna eat me a kiwi while some of this dries, because I've been streaming for a while, and then I'll get back at it. Or a plum. I guess I'm gonna eat a plum. That's what that is. So yeah. Hmm. So now I'm trying to think of like the colors that I want the stems to be. If I need to make it more brown, like more brown, introduce more brown instead. Trying not to. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll make the stems and those kinds of leaves a little bit more brown rather than green. Maybe that's what I'll do. Hmm. 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 Yeah, I don't know. I can try. Maybe I'll pull out those frames so y'all can see. Hey, Jingle. You're not allowed to have a plum. I'm sorry. Okay, let's see here. Hmm. Oh, cool. I'm gonna look them up. That's really cool. Yeah, I want to see what kind of AI stuff they make. For sure. So this is like the frame that I'm trying to make something for. One of them. And I mean, it has glass in it, but I don't, I could go either way. I can make something pastel for it or acrylic or whatever, but so I'm just trying to make something for that. So I'm just, I think it needs more brown. Oh, it's good. Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for adding me. I will look them up. Yeah. So this is getting better. This is getting better. Okay. So I think I need brown. I think I need more brown. I think I've decided it needs to be more brown. Even more brown. Sweet, let me see. I think I can get into one of these groups. Let me see. Cool. The Artificial Intelligence Creative Community. Hugo. Oh, okay. Let's see. That stuff is cool. What? How cool is this? Midjourney. Wow. That's cool. Thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna join. Looks groovy. Okay, so I decided I need more brown. $500,000. I know. That'd be crazy. 500,000 members in that group. I didn't see how many are in that group. Was it 20,000 or was it the 500,000? Okay, let me see if my mic charged. Because I feel like you guys can hear my AC with the other one. Hello. Yeah, I think this one's way better. It might cut out again, I don't know. But it was charging for a little bit, so hopefully it's good. Okay, so I'm gonna be making brown. Get this yellow over here. Let's add some red if we can. I don't know. Maybe too gloppy and dried. Just a little bit of blue. Davina, do you play video games? What kind of video games do you play if you play video games? We should link up sometime. Do you play Overwatch? I'm gonna add more red to it, I think. I don't know. Oh, I feel you. Yeah, you can't stop. It will be hard to stop. I'll probably have that problem too, just like constantly exploring and stuff. Because it's nice, because it's in your computer, right? Like sometimes the mess I make makes me have to stop, right? And then I have to clean up. But if it's in the computer, you just start over. Hmm. Now that's almost too. I'm trying to get this brown like just right. Okay. Mm-hmm. I think it needs a little bit more even yellow. I don't know. Let's figure it out. Hmm. Yeah, I think this is the brown that I want. Give me 1 second. I gotta go tend to my kid. Okay. No, you're just totally doing the art thing. I see that. Yeah, I can see that. Probably. I don't know. It's like me. Yeah, me and my husband. We just play at night, so that's what we do. And then you just get wrapped up in your collections. I can see that. Oh, and he does music. cool. Really cool. What would you, when you start animation and stuff, because you said you kind of want to do some animation, what are you hoping to do with that? Oh, that's really cool. It's like a voice. Oh, that would be really neat. I want to see something like that, Davina. That's cool. Mm. I'm going to take a smidge of this white and put it in this brown. Make it a little bit lighter. Maybe some more yellow. I don't know. Oh, that's. I feel like I've seen where like people kind of, they like they paint a scene and maybe it's got like a bonfire or something in there, and then like, but the video is like them lighting a match and like igniting the fire like in the painting, and I thought it was really cool. It's like what? So I bet you that's kind of like what they use some kind of AI for that. Hey, Betty. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. What I wanna see what that's like. It would just be cool to see, just to play around with it. Have like your flowers come to life. use a little bit of this. Oh, like what kind of market? Just kind of like for publicity purposes or like a company wants you to kind of make some kind of cool animated video for them? Oh, that's pretty neat. That's cool. Wow. It's just cool to see, like, I think sometimes AI, people just talk about it and like, oh, it's gonna take away this and that, but it's like it can also be like a tool. Just it's that's what I think it's mainly there for. It's to be used as a tool, not a replacement for artists, but a new tool for artists. So I think that's pretty neat. Oh, that would be cool. Because it could be like animated and swaying and moving in that video. That would be neat. I can see it for sure. Oh, I didn't know you could do that on that gallery. I don't know how to pronounce it. Is it Major? Is the H or is the J kind of like silent? Does it make an H sound? Muhu- Major? Mehur? Mehur? I don't know. Okay, let's see here. Oh, well, thanks, Davina. Yeah, thanks for the resources and stuff. We'll have to see what's happening. It's exciting. So, Maj, your okay. I can't. I don't know how to pronounce things in French. Okay, let's see here. Google Power. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Cause yeah, I don't think I'm doing it right still. But I wanna like, you know, pronounce the J like a J. Major. 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 I can't. I can't. It's not coming out right. Let's see what this does in here. That's pretty. You know what? I'm gonna kind of okay. So I'm gonna kind of move this around. Yeah, I'm gonna take some of this and make some dollops. Yeah. The J. Oh yeah, I know. I learned Spanish a long while back, and then I went to Spain and kind of, you know, did study abroad there, and it was pretty good. And then I came back to the U.S. and I lost it because you don't speak it, you know. So it's just kind of hard to keep up with it. And jure. It's almost midnight there for you. It is 4:35 in the afternoon for me. That's late, but I'm a night owl too, so I get it. I'd rather stay up late than wake up early. Ooh, I hate waking up early. It's the worst thing in the world. Like, I don't mind it if I don't really have anything to do, you know? But if I have to like wake up early and go be somewhere and be like, interacting with people, it's not good for me, okay? Just gonna be honest, real honest with y'all. I'm not a morning person. Yeah, it is. It's like an 8 hours difference, huh? Yeah. Good. Yeah. I know. I know. There's like all those like self-help things, or those coaching people are like, wake up at 4 a.m and seize the day, and I'm like, no, 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 no. Why can't I just stay up till 4 a.m, seize the day that way, huh? Like, what if I do that? Can I do that instead? That's what I'll do. Okay, I need a little bit more white. We're nearing the end, folks. Almost done, I think. At least with acrylic paint. And then I'm gonna start doing some charcoal and maybe some pastel. Okay, okay. I think you would like California more. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't know. Like, I've been to Florida because of like Disney and stuff. Um, what is that? Disney World. But um, Florida gets a bad rap. It's kind of, I don't think you'd want to go there. I think you would like California more, to be honest. Go see some of those beaches, maybe some Salinas Valley or something, Palm Springs, San Francisco. And plus, they also have like mountains there and like the redwood forest. I think you guys would like that better. I think you would like that better. Napa Valley. Like, Florida is hot, it's muggy, it's buggy. Okay, there's gonna be a lot of bugs, big bugs. Okay, they have these like June bug beetle things that just fly in your face, don't even care that you're walking there. All right. Um, yeah, I think you'd like Cali a little bit better. And it's like it's not as humid to me. It's like dry heat. I don't know. I'm not a humid person. I don't like the humidity. So, yeah, too many people and not so good people. Sorry if y'all or anybody watching this and you're from Florida, but I feel like not the best. Maybe it's just different customs. I have no idea. Now, you're going to run into that still in Cali, that there's going to be too many people and they might be a little bit rude. That was kind of a culture shock for me, but I think you would like Cali better, if I'm to be honest. I used to live in Cali and I used to live in Riverside, and Riverside is the ghetto, okay? Riverside is the ghetto of Cali. Um, so just don't go through Riverside. Or go through Riverside, but just don't stay there. Pick somewhere nicer. Northern California is a little bit nicer, to be honest. Yeah, you don't have as many bugs in Cali. Not like ones that are gonna hit your face. Um, but yeah, yeah, I used to live in Cali. It's not so bad. It's not so bad. It's good. You can take them to the beach. The beaches are going to be kind of crowded, but it'll still be kind of fun. I don't know though. Like I haven't been to where you live. So it's just kind of like I don't know the comparison. Maybe it's I don't know what crowded is for you. It's crowded. There's a lot of people. I'll tell you that right now. There's a lot of people. Like how should I say this? I feel like Florida is more like spring break ish, girls gone wild, crazy party kind of Florida. Unless you're going to Disney World, it's not really like that. Cali is more just Cali. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. Disney is. I mean, it's cool. Go once, experience it once or something. Maybe do it when I don't know. I mean, I'm sure the kids would appreciate it, but like you'll spend like you can spend upwards of 2 hours or more in a line for a ride. Okay. So plan a bunch of days of being there. So if you're planning on, trying to get into certain rides, because you might spend a good long while there waiting for one ride. But like Disney World is like its own city. All right. It's huge and overpriced. Yeah. Yeah. Check on Cali. It'll be a little bit better. Or come to Denver, but you won't have a beach. But you can go to some cool lakes, see some cool mountains. I mean, we're starting to get pretty crowded here too. And but I think I think we're friendlier here, to be honest. I don't know. But I'm biased because I'm Coloradan. So, uh, cool. So I like that so far. Legoland UK? What? They had to be canceled just because it's too hot. It'll just melt your booty cheeks off or something. Icky. You can't come up here. No, I'm going. Go somewhere. It's wet paint, cat. No, no, you have to go. I know. I know, it's sad. No, do not yell at me. She yell. No, 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 no. Hey, come here. Come here. Hi, kitty. Yeah. Ugh. No, no, you cannot. There's only 14,000 people in your city? What? Oh my gosh. I want to go. I want to live there. I don't know how many people live in my city. It's weird because we're like a, what is that? Like a metropolis or something? Like a suburb. I'll just do how many people live in Lakeland, Colorado. Oh my gosh. Apparently, and this was like, they haven't done it, the census in a while, but our population is 156,000 people. Yeah, just in Lakewood. And that was in 2022. They haven't done another census. That's crazy. And we're part of a metropolitan, right? And the population is 2,963,000. That's crazy. Oh, I bet. I bet London was crazy. It's crazy here. Like, yeah, the husband and I are trying to move rural. We went to live rural. There's no people. But who knows how that will go? Because everybody, once we legalize weed here in Colorado, recreationally too, like they just, it like boomed, okay? It boomed. Everybody and their grandma is moving here, okay? And it's usually from the states that they're rude. They're rude. They come here, make it rude. I hate to be that way, but it's just like, no, come on. It used to be like a really cool, nice, I don't know, just chill, cozy, neighborly, friendly state. And now it's not. Sorry to say, but it's not. And I think it's just because I know, like, the weed industry, the marijuana industry made it huge. Oh, you had to use the underground? Yeah. Yeah, they're trying to expand. We don't have an underground, but we have like a light rail. And that is sketchy, okay? If you come to Denver, don't use our light rail. Like, there's just people like smoking crack right there on the train, getting in fights and stuff. It's not good. It's not good, okay? It's not good. Yeah, if you fly into Denver, have someone hopefully maybe pick you up if they're nice, okay? But that's a ways away and you're going to be on that highway for a while. Or just rent a car. Don't use the light rail. Just rent a car. Or, make sure your husband comes with you. Learn some self defense. I think you'll be okay. But still. Okay, So now I'm gonna try this pastel pencil, and I want to make like marks, right? But yeah, traffic here is bad too. Like it used to be really good. I mean, I don't know. Trying to think of how far something away would be. Like, okay, to get to like another street from where I am is like it's to like Wadsworth. If I were to try and get to Wadsworth, okay, and it's like technically two major streets away, like major ones, okay, that I think major anyways. So we like if I'm on Unionish, and then there's Kipling, and then there's Wadsworth, okay. I don't count Garrison as a big street, but it would probably, like back in the day, if I didn't use the highway and I used Alameda, it would probably take me uh, maybe 5 minutes, like max 5 minutes to get there. And now these days with our traffic, I think you're looking at least 10 minutes, if not 15, if it's really bad traffic, like more. It's crazy. I don't like it. Not ready for self-defense. Yeah. Yeah, I mean crack isn't legal here either. It's yeah, it's not legal here, but marijuana is. And I think they just decriminalized like psilocybin or something here in Colorado, but yeah, they'll still use it. I don't know. I don't know. Oh yeah, I don't even know. I haven't been to New York, but I think that's awful. Like I don't think you want to go there. If you don't like people, I don't think you want to go there. And crap. But yeah, totally want to live more rural as well. We're hoping to move to like southern Colorado, but because also too, since everybody started moving here, everything is so expensive. Like I don't know about where you are, like I don't know. I really don't. But like our housing market is crazy. If I were to try and purchase, not rent, but purchase an apartment the same size where I live now, I'm looking at probably $300,000. My square footage is about 800, okay? 800 feet, square feet, but $300,000 at least, okay? And I live in a one bedroom, one bath apartment. Our rent is like, I think our base rent without like utilities and everything comes out to $1,700 right now without utilities. Okay. So that's just for like a one bedroom apartment where I'm connected to people. Okay. I want to live rurally. So, but the further you move rurally, like the better. Um, Honestly, like in Denver, you're not going to be able to find a house that like has like probably 3 bedroom, two bath, under $500,000, under half a mil. Like you won't find it. Um, so yeah, and I live in the suburbs. I live in the like outskirts of Denver. If you go further into Denver, there's no way. Like you're looking at a mill. You're looking at a mill. Probably like 500,000 for like a studio apartment if you wanted to buy one. Um, but like where my in-laws live, right? It's a nice neighborhood, and their house, because Colorado doesn't consider bedrooms in the basement, like it's just considered a basement. You can't technically say that those are bedrooms or anything, but there's more bedrooms in the basement. It's finished. But upstairs is 3 bedroom and technically 2 bath, and where they live, um like you're probably looking at like $700,000 for that house, like in that area. It's been a while since I've looked because I was looking. Um so yeah, no, I don't got that kind of income. Maybe one day, but no, I think that's just way too expensive. And two, I feel like the housing market could crash. So it's like I don't want to purchase something like that, and then if I needed to sell it, like you're going to be selling it for less. That's how I feel like it's going to be. But we've been looking more rural in southern Colorado, and so, you could find houses in the 300,000, 350,000. That's like a 3 bedroom, 2 bath. Um, but granted, you're going to have land, you're probably going to have to pay more property tax, and you have other expenses like your septic tank, your propane tank, that kind of thing. So, yeah, is it like living in London? Whew, I bet. I wonder what that's like. That's cool though. That would be cool, living in London. I was contemplating like moving to Madrid because it looked really cool. But now I have animals and stuff. I don't want to move there. I don't want to like move, pick up my entire, and I have family, and it's crazy. Oh yeah, inflation's crazy. It's like everywhere, isn't it? I can't believe it. Like I was, I always tell this. I was telling this to Heather, and I tell this to Ryan too, because like I'm the one who cooks and buys groceries and stuff. And there was like a point in time, it was like maybe 5 years ago. Okay, and I make most everything we eat because we're vegan, and so like we rarely eat out. And honestly, back then we were poor; we couldn't eat out. Okay, but I had to make everything, and I would be able to get groceries for the both of us for all our meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and snacks and stuff like that, weekly for like $90 or less. Okay. And then now that's not the case. I'm looking at around $200 for our groceries. And I'm just like, I can't. This is crazy. I just can't. And I buy I make everything. I buy like in bulk staple things because I make everything. So I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know how people eat out all the time. Like we can't afford that. We don't do that. I don't want to do that. Oh yeah, you brought your parent. Oh good. You brought your parents. That's good. Yeah, I know. I want to stay closer. My mom, she still lives kind of far away. Like she lives up in the mountains, and like she's probably watching this too. Probably like, what? No. But yeah, she lives further away with my aunt and stuff, and it's wish everybody was closer. Oh man, a family of five. Yeah, it's expensive. And it shouldn't be, you know? It shouldn't be. Bushel of apples shouldn't cost like that much, you know? It's food, but who knows? I don't know. Cool. So this pastel pencil is like going on pretty good. It's better than the charcoal, to be honest. We'll see once I spray it if it stays as vibrant as I would like it to. What? They've got crime gangs now in Spain and Portugal more than they used to. That's crazy. It's just getting dangerous. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anymore because like the last time did anything overseas was like 10 years ago. Wait, yeah, man, it's like 10 plus years ago. It's crazy. Time flies. But dang, you know, sad. With the baby? Oh my gosh, that is crazy. Wow, that's scary. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. We're gonna go, Ryan and I are gonna go to Greece for our honeymoon over Christmas. But yeah, I was like thinking about that. I was like, how do we wonder what it's like? Wonder what it's like now. We're going to Greece and Turkey. So I'm like, maybe. I think we'll be okay, but it's always worried me. But I mean, they got it everywhere. You know, there's crime everywhere. Even here. Especially here. We're bad with crime. I know Denver's getting even like more crime ridden and stuff, and it's just sad. All right, so that's how it looks right now. So I used a pastel pencil. Let's see here. Let's kind of go over it. I'm gonna even take my mic with me, but I'm gonna spray this and see if I like it. You know what? I need to darken some of this stuff with the charcoal. Okay, cool. Now I'm gonna go spray it. Let's see how it goes. Wait, is my mic still on? Yeah, we're still good. Okay. I have to stop my. You stay. No, you stay. You can't. I'm spraying nasty stuff. Stop. So, I like how this turned out so far. Groovy. Gonna see how that goes. Just spraying for a little bit. Oh, it ended. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I don't even know if you guys can see me anymore then. Ha ha ha.